Brings up right number 44, Nith. Leading off, the shortstop, number 12, Craig Scott. Second baseman, number 4, Blaine Milhelm. Now we'll bring up the fielder, number 5, Calder Rogie. safety, Yasuki Morita. DP number 10, Corey Joe. Catcher number 27, Keegan Arcan. Shortstop number 19, Nick Potskin. Number 25, Donnie Atkinson. 2, Travis Head. $50 raffle tickets making their way back around left field side currently. Over up 1-0 over Wyerton in Denmark at Denmark 1 in the top of the fourth, the AHI Reapers. And Fishers are scoreless in Denmark. Leading off the third baseman, number 13, Lori Martinez. up the pitcher, number 29, Eric Urbanea. Pitch runner on first base, number 47, Zach Nasrum. Catcher number 20, Reno Allegra. Left fielder, number 14, Keely Truffer. Shortstop number 12, Craig Scott. Hitting off the first baseman, number 8, Lee Stupa. New pitcher on the mound for Ashland, number 14, Keely Truffer. Truffer, 14, now pitching for the Ashland A's.
First baseman went to left field.
Number 3, Ryan Friedrich. Number 10, Corey Jones. Right fielder number 44, Scott Nith. number 10, Corey Jones. Catcher number 27, Keegan Arcan. Fancy Apparel Company, which is out in the gravel lot towards the entrance, has marked down all products, and they will be leaving after the start of the Dukes game tonight, which is scheduled for 7, looking more like it'll be toward 9. I'm just being honest with you. But anyway, they'll be here until the start of the Dukes game. They've marked down all products. If you want some collector's items, if you will, 2019 ISC World Tournament apparel, head on over. After the conclusion of this game, near the main entrance once again, they've got all cool. Shakespeare leading Whiterton 1-0 in the top of the 5th at Denmark 1. The Fishers are leading the AHI Reapers 2-0. Bottom of the 6th inning at Denmark 2. Brings up the left fielder, number 9, Matt Williams. Right fielder, number 5, Calder Rogie. And that is the ball game. Your final after 11 innings and about 3 hours. The Grand Prairie Pirates win 4-2 over the Ashland A's. Fans, we have a great special coming up for you. We have a 1 o'clock game at 3. So stick around. Go check out the merchandise tent. Our food tent in right field is open. The concession stand below me behind home plate. It's all open. Go check it out. Go say hello to all of our hard workers. We appreciate you coming out. We hope you're having fun at the 2019 ISC World Tournament here in Denmark, Wisconsin. Number 13, Greg Hamill.
Well, good afternoon, fastball fans, and finally, welcome to the 2019 ISC World Tournament here at the Circle Top Bar and Grill in Denmark, Wisconsin, as we are just about 2 hours behind getting to the Toronto Batmen and the New Hamburg Mustangs, that's their juniors team, the Nith River Monsters. This is losers bracket action here on the ISC network. I'm Blair Sedford with my partner Joe Todd this afternoon. Joe Todd, for the Toronto Batmen, they're the visitors here, but they've got a 2-1 record against the Monsters this season. What's the key for the Batmen?
Well, the Toronto Batmen have to get at Tyler Randerson, the ace of the Nith River Monsters. Kind of throw him a little bit off his game, throw the timing off. Another key factor for the Toronto Batmen would be to stay aggressive and try and score in bunches.
For the Nith River Monsters, they're 2-1, as are the Batmen here in the tournament. What about for them today? They've lost a couple of times to the Batmen, most recently in Tavistock.
Well, the big thing for Nith River, they have to try and get into the Toronto Batman bullpen. The starter for today is Louis Amaya, so they have to try and see if they can make some move on that pitching staff of the Toronto Batman. Try and make no mistakes, too. The Nith River Monsters have to play almost a flawless defense against this good hitting team from Toronto.
So for the Batmen leading off, it'll be Travis Gibson, the shortstop, followed by Travis Jones, then Shea Bryant, Jeff Lyons, Cody Skelton and Denny Benson, Derek Hyde, Austin Brown, and Justin Kurlicki. As you mentioned, Luis Amaya will be pitching for Toronto this afternoon. Set the defense for you for the Nith River Monsters. Liam LaForest, Nick Lichty, and Nick Penner, left to right across the outfield. Around the horn, John Baker, Dallas Kipfer, Tyler Paulai, and Isaiah Whetstone. And Tyler Randerson pitching to Ben Heinbuch for Nith River. Just getting through the final warm-ups. Hope you enjoyed the bonus coverage. Joe Todd, an 11-inning marathon with Grand Prairie Pirates eventually prevailing 4-2 over the Ashland A's out of Ashland, Ohio. Eric Urbanea, Joe, you mentioned on the game tracker threw about 180 pitches in that game before coming out in the top of the 11th.
Now, we're not sure what really happened, if his arm just gave out or if he had a slight injury to his hand, but he threw a whale of a game. He had control of all of his pitches. He was at the top of his game, but suffered the Ashland A's suffering the tough loss.
Rich Haldane took the win in relief of Zach Pierce. Haldane came on in about the 6th and ended up throwing a lot of innings in that game, but nonetheless, Grand Prairie will move on, and they will play the Niagara Stompers tomorrow morning, right back here at John Miller Field here at Circle Top. This one ready to go, Monsters and Batmen. And in with a called strike.
Gibson, good pull hitter here.
And just misses downstairs. So 1 ball, 1 strike. If you're just getting in with us, thanks for your patience. For those who have been with us for the last couple of hours while we had the bonus coverage up with the Grand Prairie Pirates and Ashland A's, hope you just got back from getting a sandwich or a beverage, and glad you're back with us here on the ISC Network. Blair Sedford, Joe Todd. We've got the Nith River Monsters in black and the Toronto Batmen in white up at the plate. This one inside from Tyler Randerson. Joe Tyler coming off a very successful Canadian U23 championship. His New Hamburg Mustangs winning their Canadian championship, and they're out in Saskatoon. And a lot of those players basically came straight here from Saskatoon and put on the Nith River uniform. Is down on strikes goes Travis Gibson. Good pitch down and away out of the zone, getting Gibson to chase, and a good opener for Tyler Randerson.
Well, a good array of pitches there. Gibson saw them pretty well, 3 of his pitches. So it's really giving Gibson something to think about on walking back to that bench.
So that will bring up Travis Jones. Travis has gone from the 3 spot in the order up to the 2 spot here this afternoon. Scott Patterson mixing and matching the lineup for Toronto a little bit, shaking it up. Cody Skelton has moved down in the order. Shea Bryant goes from 4 to 3. Jeff Lyons moves into the cleanup spot. Jones takes this one right back up the middle, and he'll be aboard with a 1-out single.
Good power hit there by Travis Jones to drive that ball right up the middle. Randerson getting a little bit too much of
Number
that
3,
play.
Shea Bryant.
So the veteran from Midland, Michigan area will step in, Shea Bryant. Joel, in the game we did with the Batmen the other night, I thought Shea Bryant really was one of the few guys who was showing some patience up at the plate and went up there with a definite game plan. A lot of guys were up there hacking.
He's a great little ball player, but with the program that talked about his original team, the Midland Explorers, and he was with that program for about 6 years and then made the move up when the Explorers folded to come out to Batman. So well experienced at the plate and out in defense.
Took something off. Good change up there from Tyler Randerson. Brought that one inside too. Tied up the hands.
We talked about Tyler Randerson, but Ben Heidbach really controls his team back there. Ben Heidbach does a great job receiving the ball and calling the game. Second strikeout for Randerson. A little bit of a drop ball there.
Third baseman number 24, Jeff Lyons.
So this is a bit of a Lyons family affair too, Joe, as Jeff here with the Toronto Batmen and Steve Lyons with the Monsters. Kind of like when the Bolins play each other. Who do you cheer for?
Mom and Dad have a seat right behind home plate.
Hot shot, gloved down by the third baseman, John Baker, and the flip to first. That's some stellar defense over there by John Baker. So the Monsters give up the single to Travis Jones, but they get out of the inning on a great play by Baker, and we'll have the Monsters coming up here in the home half of the first. Stay with us.
Penner.
Nick Penner to lead things off for the home team, the Nith River Monsters. He'll be followed by Isaiah Whetstone, Tyler Paulai, John Baker, Greg Hamill, Tyler Randerson, Liam LaForest, Ben Heinbuck, and Dallas Kipfer in the 9 spot for Nith River. Nick Lichty is the flex player tonight, playing defense in center field. For Toronto, on the board is Luis Almeida. And Joe, Luis Almeida, a fresh face for Nith River to face. He was a late addition to the Batmen lineup after Juan Rodriguez Diaz, was unable to get the visa to enter the U.S. as a Dominican citizen. So they turned to Luis Almeida, who's from Venezuela, but has been living and pitching in the Houston area for the last several months and was available to come kind of last second, really, to the ISC World Tournament, and a great addition to the Batmen. He picked up the win in relief of Caleb Keishig on opening night. And now they're just going to remind Luis that he can't rock the foot too much.
Alan Blanchard, the first base umpire from Lodi, California. Gary Johnson from Eau Claire, Wisconsin, doing the plate. And Paul Verhey from London, Ontario, at third base.
Well, Maya will continue to do some groundskeeping out there. Penner will step back in. And that he's going to have to watch that front foot, Joe, because you're allowed to rock it a little bit, but you can't break contact with the board, and that's what he's doing right now. We'll see how that plays out over the course of the game. Got to keep it a little closer than that, I think.
Have to keep it close, and the rule does dictate being right on it, but umpires have a little bit of flexibility they're willing to work with, but don't stretch the laws.
Yeah, you got some discrepancy, but or discretionary, but not that much. Chopper on the infield, picked up by Jeff Lyons, and the flip to first. That will be Nick Penner erased. We'll bring up Isaiah Whetstone, another U23 player, Joe, and he had a tremendous tournament out in Saskatoon.
He's a great ball player, great all-around ball player. Defense, can hit the ball, and he's got great wheels. One of the spark plugs at that top of the order for the Nith River Monsters.
We want to give a shout out to Jeff Whetstone, who will be watching back in the Interkip area.
I'm sure, and his mom and dad, Isaiah's mom and dad.
Just misses downstairs. Or did he get a called strike? He got a called strike.
Strike.
Wow. And this one upstairs. So 1 ball, 2 strikes to Whetstone.
Isaiah Whetstone square right up to that plate.
Yeah, he's not at the back of the box like you usually see.
Isaiah has real quick hands and a good follow-through.
And there's a called third strike. But Whetstone down on strikes, and that will bring us to Tyler Paulai, Joe Todd, the ISC Canada East Player of the Year in 2018. Had himself a fairly impressive debut over in Prague. You probably want to pick up that story. I think you were there.
Yes, he had a chance. Shane Bolin went down with an injury, and then Tyler Paulai, they inserted him in the lineup. First game he played against Netherlands, he put one on the ballpark.
Well, not only that, it was a grand slam.
Yes, yeah.
So quite the debut on the international stage for Tyler Paulai. Back here at the rest of the summer with Nith River. And Joe Todd, he's going to be a mainstay on Team Canada and a mainstay at the top of the batting charts for the next 10, 15 years, in my opinion. Probably the best Ontario-born player right now.
Great skills, great fundamentals.
3-0, so maybe even Luis Almeida down in Houston has heard of Tyler Pollard.
If not, I know Derek Hyde has heard of Tyler Pollard.
Yes, that's very true. The Toronto defense, Shea Bryant, Justin Krolicki, Travis Jones, left to right across the outfield. Jeff Lyons, Travis Gibson, Austin Brown, and Cody Skelton on the infield. Derek Hyde doing the catching for Almea. There's a chopper right back up the middle. Paulai's going to round first, take a turn, and have a look, and then come back to first base. So a 2-out single right back up the middle by Paulai, and that'll take us to John Baker in the cleanup spot.
15, John Baker.
As often the case, Joe, you make a good defensive play, you get an opportunity on offense immediately after. And here's a good opportunity for John Baker to perhaps give his team a lead.
Baker has a lot of home run power, extra base power.
Misses inside. I want to give a shout out here, Joe, to the grounds crew here at Circle Top. You know, they just come off that 11-inning game. They did a full diamond turnaround, a full drag, water, line, and had it all done in 20 minutes. Paulai on the move. The throw is off the bag, and head first slide in safe. So stolen base for Tyler Paulai.
Paulai had a good lead off that brace. Derek Hyde just wasn't prepared for that throw. I think it was a little bit of a changeup or an off-speed pitch thrown by Maya.
Well, it tailed away from the bag towards the right side on the throw, and by the time Paulai got into the slide, Travis Gibson was going up over him to go get the ball. So runner in scoring position for the Nith River Monsters, John Baker at the plate. If you're just getting in with us, no score between Toronto and Nith River. Swing and a miss over the top. That's a good-looking drop ball, Joe, from Almea.
Really good, great movement there. Just dropped off that table. Good call by catcher Derek Hyde. One of the premier young catchers in our game.
The Batmen had a one runner aboard in the top of the first, but that was stranded. We're here in the bottom. And we have a 2-2 count now on John Baker. Tyler Paulai singled, stole second. He's the runner out in scoring position. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And misses inside.
Baker working to a full count now.
And this one was a bit of a curveball as Almea went out to the side a little bit and trying to throw that diagonal curve across the plate, but Baker reached out and spoiled that.
Maya looks like he's got a couple different speeds that he plays with too.
Yeah, he showed us a good changeup the other night, I thought,
Yep.
and dialed it up, dialed it down a little bit. He knows what he's doing out there. Fouled off again at the plate. You're not really going to blow it by John Baker.
No. Oh, he's a great hitter. Got a great eye at the plate. Great discipline.
Change up, swing and a miss, and a beauty from Luis Almea gets John Baker way out in front of the front foot. That'll end the inning. We'll be scoreless heading to the top of the second. Stay with us here on the ISC Network. Back at the top of the second inning, Toronto Batmen coming back up to the plate. It'll be Cody Skelton, Denny Benson, and Derek Hyde. Cody, Joe Todd, of course, the founder of the Toronto Batmen. He and his mom, Cheryl Skelton, really the driving force behind putting this team together a few years ago. It's evolved and changed a little bit, but Cody, still the heart and soul of the Batmen.
Yeah, the mainstay of this whole program. Does a lot of work in the off season to make sure the proper players are coming in. His friends that he might have played with in junior for a few years too.
Toronto making the Final Four 2 years ago when the ISC World Tournament was in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Dropped a little bit last year, but looking to get back to Championship Saturday again this year. Cody in the DP spot tonight. Originally was going to be at first base, but a late position switch with Denny Benson. Line shot right into the glove of Isaiah Whetstone. He tracked that right off the bat. Joe just moved the glove ever so slightly right into the pocket.
Great line drive there by Cody Skelton, but the alertness and the sharpness of Isaiah Whetstone.
Denny Benson
Pulling in that first out of the inning.
Joe, here's another great prospect here in Ontario. Denny Benson had himself a stellar U23 out in Saskatoon. This kid hits the ball hard all the time.
He has a full, powerful swing, has real strong upper body, and a great eye to play.
Played last year in the ISC with Fenland Falls Lakes team. Jumping over to Toronto this year.
Real wide batting stance. See that on the camera by Benson. Good off-speed pitch.
Randerson took something off that. Denny Benson way out in front. These two have been teammates and opposition a number of times over the course of the last few seasons in junior, and it all depends on who qualifies and who gets picked up. And took something off again, one hopper right into the glove of Whetstone. So he's got the last two outs. This one was a little bit easier for Isaiah, and that'll bring up Derek Hyde. Derek was the MVP of the Canada East qualifier tournament, which was won by the Batmen. Nith River had gone undefeated through the qualifier. The Batmen came the back way, got on a roll on Sunday, as you see teams often do, and they just couldn't be beat on Sunday.
Derek, a real great team leader behind that plate.
He's been a member of the Tavistock Hops junior program, who got the silver medal out in Saskatoon behind the New Hamburg squad. Owen Sound were the defending champions, off the medal stand this time.
That championship game against New Hamburg. Tavistock was down a couple of runs in the bottom of the seventh inning. Derek Hyde, with 2 out, crunched a home run to tie the game up.
So lots of pop here in Derek Hyde's bat, and you just see it there, just reached out and touched someone. Touched that out into right center. Good patience there, too, as Randerson had taken something off that pitch, and while he was out in front, he was able to keep the hands back and just power that through out onto the grass. So another 2-out single.
Austin Brown.
We'll see if Austin Brown can do anything with Derek Hyde out at the plate. Joe Austin, a bit of a surprise starter in place of Ty Sebastian. Ty just not on it right now.
No, I am surprised. I really am. Now, don't count nothing wrong. Austin Brown plays a great defense, but Ty Sebastian's have a little bit stronger bat. Already punched a home run out and had at least a couple of hits in this tournament.
So we don't know if there's an injury with Ty.
Now very deep in that batter spot. Great pitch by Randerson, just missing off the plate.
Ty is 1 for 8. That hit, that home run, is the only hit that he has had in the tournament so far. Swinging a foul back into the glove. Justin Kurlicki on deck. Justin was not in the starting lineup on Saturday evening when we had Toronto on that initial broadcast. We thought at the time that it wouldn't be long before you saw Justin back in the lineup.
Austin Brown needs a little more plate discipline. Nice pitch.
Chased up and he's chased down right now. You got to pick one or the other.
Yeah. Come up with a game plan. What you want to do at the plate. Stay with that game plan. To lead off the bottom of the second inning, we'll lead off with Greg Hamill, the designated player for the Nith River Monsters. Greg Hamill, grade stick, been in that junior program for 3 full years with that. Pitched by Louis Amaya. Probably went 36, 38 feet maybe. Good first bounce. Maya just not having control of that pitch.
Yeah, so I think if we can do this camera here in between games. Are we able to
Maya with the pitch and release, just missing on that outside corner of the plate. Falling behind now, 2-0. Real hitters count here for Hamill. Amaya with the release. Again missing. 3 balls, no strikes. Has to come at Hamill now. And then a couple of pitches now. Pulling it off. Pitch now. the bat. Reaching first.
Pitcher number 57, Tyler Randerson.
Joe, good defense there by the Toronto Batmen. You talked earlier about Toronto having a pretty solid infield, showing it there. Couldn't make that play, however. That one right up the middle, having to go a long way over to his right was Austin Brown, and just couldn't get anything on the throw. Liam LaForest runs pretty well and able to leg out that infield single.
Yeah, you're not sure, but a little bit more better communications between Gibson and Brown would have helped, because I think Gibson would have had a lot better angle at that throw.
It's easier for that shortstop coming across. You're not throwing across your body like the second baseman has to, but that was on the other side of the bag. That's a long way for Gibson to go as well. So Ben Heinbuch, the catcher, will step in. Called strikeout. Maya looks like he's getting the range, Joe. You said he struggled a little bit with Greg Hamill, the leadoff batter, but finding the range the last couple of pitches. He's picking apart that outside corner right now to Ben Heinbuch.
Heinbuch has to be aggressive here. You got to get those bat off your shoulders. Got to make things happen.
Time called.
Heinbeck working to a 2-2
Count now.
all equal at the plate.
Just misses inside. The bottom of the second inning, Nith River and Toronto were scoreless. Blair Setford, Joe Todd. Liam LaForest out at first on an infield single. Now we've got time calls. The umpires want to get on the same page with respect to count. With 3 and 2 on the board with 2 out. I had 3 and 2 in my mind. Now Maya is going to do a bit of landscaping. Shakes one. And a little line shot to Gibson, and that's a caught ball. So some good defense there by Toronto this inning. They strand another runner. We'll head to the top of the third. Scoreless, Toronto and Nith River. Justin Kurlicki will lead things off for the Toronto Batmen here, the top of the third inning. Scoreless so far, Toronto and Nith River. Good Ontario matchup. The fourth time these teams have met, Joe. We talked about them splitting it at the qualifier. They also played at Tavistock.
Yes, that's correct, with the Batman winning with a 6-2 victory.
So 2-1 on the season for Toronto. This one, of course, in the losers bracket will mean more than any of the rest of them. Winner gets to play tomorrow. The loser is finished for the week. Kurlicki has good wheels and was showing bunt. Baker is in tight. Tyler Pauli is inside the baseline as well, so they're fully expecting defensing the short game. Slap attempt and fouled off by Kurlicki.
Kurlicki loves to go to that left side. Uses a lot to that left field, center field area.
Yeah, if he can beat it into the dirt and race down that first baseline, he's quite happy.
Yeah.
There's a chopper on the infield. That's going to go foul down the left side. By the time that ball bounced the second time, Joe Kurlicki was all the way to first base.
Got great wheels. He covers a lot of that center field for the Toronto Batman.
Joe, there was just the one ISC game earlier today. Of course, that was the 11-inning affair. Grand Prairie winning 4-2 over the Ashland A's. But there's been a lot of ISC 2 action. We'll get you caught up as down on strikes goes Justin Kurlicki. We'll get back to the top of the shop for Travis Gibson. Early this morning, it was Waterdown Hammer 7-3 winners over the Durham Diamondbacks. AHI Reapers from Kimberly, Wisconsin beat the Bar Blues 8-1. Fisher's Softball eliminated the Elmira Expos by a score of 3-1. The Expos go winless here this week at the ISC World Tournament in the ISC 2. Big surprise out of Elmira there. Rice Lake Orangemen 4-2 winners over Coburg DRC. So the Orangemen stay on the winners bracket side of the tournament. Coburg drops down into the losers bracket. Dolan and Murphy eliminated WAH from Morongo Rez, the California team. And then Fisher's Softball knocked off AHI Reapers.
That Fisher softball team,
They're starting to come together, right?
well, they put on a great show last year at the NAFTA tournament. This is their first year with the ISC. They're very happy they made the move. I talked to the management staff this morning.
Wyerton Nationals have come from behind 5-2 win over the Shakespeare Falcons. That was the other winners bracket game today. Fisher is down right now 5-0 to Coburg. That's only in the top of the second inning. And Waterdown Hammer and Dolan and Murphy are about ready to start at the Denmark Park right now. So Wyerton Nationals and Rice Lake Orangemen are meeting in a winners bracket semifinal. Make that the winners bracket final. So Wyerton Nationals looking to get back into the ISC 2 championship game. They won that tournament in 2015.
Great start by Travis Gibson to pick up that walk.
Right field number 11, Travis Jones.
So Travis Jones, first pitch swinging and hammered a hard single between first and second his last trip. We'll get another look at Tyler Randerson. Called a strike on the outside corner.
Travis Jones loves hitting a rise ball, so Tyler Randerson has to keep that ball low against Jones.
swung right through that offering from Randers. That looked like a low rise that just came up and over the bat of Travis Jones.
Great pitch location.
Missing upstairs. A good eye there by Travis Jones.
Good waste pitch by Randerson. Seeing if he can tease Travis Jones in his swinging after an outside pitch.
Paulai backhand flip, and it's bounced by Dallas Kipfer coming across. Safe at second base is Travis Gibson. That seemed to be tailor-made, Joe, but the wheels of Travis Gibson really forced Dallas Kipfer to try and make that play on the fly.
Exactly. Tyler Paulai did a nice little flip over there. Kipfer unable to match the timing of Gibson going down that line.
So that'll bring up Shea Bryant, strikeout victim back in the first, but now a couple of runners aboard. Opportunity to break this scoreless tie. Downstairs.
Three and four batters line up hitters for Batman. 3 and 4 right in the middle of the order for the Batman. It'll be a tough workout here for Tyler Anderson.
And this one is lifted way foul down the right side out of play.
Shea Bryant a little late on that pitch, has to bring his hands through just a little notch quicker.
Long time in between pitches. Randerson comes back with the changeup. Good pitch. Down in the zone. Nothing Shea Bryant going to be able to do with that pitch.
Great pitch. Great location. Change the level of that pitch. Come in with a couple of pitches around the letters. Then came back with a real nice, enticing drop ball.
Randerson again, a long time getting the signs from Heinbuch. And went back down inside, but Bryant lays off that one. With Travis Gibson out at second base, they're probably running through using a secondary set of signs, making sure that nobody's picking up stealing signs. You don't want to get caught stealing.
No.
Swing and a miss again. Back to the changeup. Making great use out of that pitch, Joe Todd. You've got it. Use it.
Real smart pitching performance right there against Shea Bryant.
Lions.
That'll bring up Jeff Lyons. Jeff hit a rocket at John Baker to end the first inning.
5 strikeouts in the book for Tyler Anderson so far.
Time at the plate.
Jeff Lyons, a big RBI guy. Loves the pressure.
I know you just had in your shot young people up on a ladder as we're setting up a new camera. Starting tomorrow, we will have a multi-camera production. We expect to have the graphics and replay and everything ready to go. Starting tomorrow, 2 p.m., 4 p.m., 6 p.m., 8 p.m. are the scheduled start times. Included in there is the ISC 2 championship game. We'll bring that to you. But that's what's getting set up, so you can expect to see much better vantage point and multiple camera angles, the full production starting tomorrow.
Really looking forward to that.
Yeah, we are here on the ISC network. We were at the limit of the cable that we could get a signal through with our camera, and that was certainly a little bit frustrating for you, the viewers, and for us bringing the games to you. We wanted to get that camera right to the fence, but we just could not get a signal back to our streaming equipment here through the HDMI cable that we had. We tried a 100-foot signal-boosted cable. We tried a 50-foot cable. The only one we could get a signal through was the 25-footer, and that left us about 5 feet short of the fence. Up and in from Tyler Randerson.
Great eye by Matt Lyons there. Sorry, Jeff Lyons.
Well, you went right outside the family with Matt Lyons.
Yeah.
I want to say hi to Matt. He's probably watching back in the Niagara area, back in Ontario. Nice having you here, my friend.
I saw Matty in Tavistock. He took a drive up to watch a few games.
2-0 pitch now, 3-0 as that one misses. Pitching around Jeff Lyons a little bit here. It looks like to me, Joe, not wanting to give the cleanup hitter anything good. There's no prize awaiting on deck with Cody Skelton, however.
Nice little battle going on between Randerson and Lyons.
So 3-0, now 3-1.
Hitters count here now.
A long look in from Tyler Randerson. Sean Cleary-esque. And on the swing, they say yes on the appeal. Had a bit of an offer to it. Did he go all the way around? Well, it was enough for Paul Verhey, at least, over our third base umpire. So we're going to go to a full count, and just like Ryan Boland and Sean Cleary, we're going to get together to talk about it. Ben Heinbuch and Tyler Randerson.
Everyone needs mentors.
Well, you could not pick two better than those two. And this one skips in, ball 4. So whatever the game plan was there, I'm not sure it involved walking Jeff Lyons. You had 3-0, you got back to a full count. But really, that was a waste pitch. And we will get to Cody Skelton. Cody lined one right at Isaiah Whetstone. That was leading off the second inning. And now Cody's going to step out and try and disrupt the timing.
Tyler really has his hands full now. Facing Skelton. Benson on deck.
Here's a chopper on the infield. Powai will race over and gobble that up with the underhand flip to first base Whetstone. Nith River Monsters dodge a bullet there in the top of the third inning. We're still scoreless. Toronto and Nith River, the Monsters, coming to the plate. Stay with us. Dallas Kipfer will lead things off for Nith River Monsters here at the bottom of the third inning. We are scoreless, the Monsters and the Batmen. Kipfer, the shortstop. Another young ball player from southwestern Ontario. Joe was on the Canada U19 team last season that played up in Prince Albert. Took the bronze medal.
Great addition to this Nith River Monster lineup.
And I thought one of the better hitters on that team, too, seemed to approach every plate appearance with a game plan and didn't chase a lot of pitches, unlike some of the younger players. Looked more like a veteran at the plate, I thought.
Yeah, great leader on the team, too. Well respected at that under 19 level.
Both teams have had a bit of a look at the game. Toronto just left the bases loaded in the top of the third inning. A couple of runners were aboard for Nith River previously, but Luis Almea makes short work of Dallas Kipfer, leading things off here in the bottom of the third inning. We'll go back to the top of the shop for Nick Penner. Penner grounded out to Jeff Lyons, leading things off in the first for the Monsters.
Penner, a real good leadoff hitter. Willing to spray the ball anywhere. Pitches on the outside. He'll take it the other way. He can pull the ball, too.
Big cut comes up empty there. Almaya will step off and now back on. Penner had a notion to bunt, and that is always the catcher's best friend, is off the thigh of Nick Penner, and he's going to go down to both knees, either the thigh or the area in between, Joe.
Yes. I'm not really sure, but
I'm thinking it's the area in between, based on the suggested care by a couple of the Batmen out there. We're going to give Derek Hyde all the time he needs, so it's nothing to laugh about. That is one of the perils of being a catcher, and you pay dearly for being in that position.
Home plate umpire Gary Johnson giving Hyde as much time as he requires here. The catchers and Gary, the umpires, really have a lot of work greatly together. Hyde protects Johnson and Johnson protects Hyde. Good working relationship there between the catcher and the umpire. Again, Gary Johnson asking Derek Hyde if he's okay and if he's in a workable condition right now. He is. Game is progressing. So Nick Penner at the plate now with one out. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Amaya come back with a rise ball out of that strike zone. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Penner. Penner hitting the ball out to the hole there. Got a good clean single, hit it in between first and second. That top part of the order trying to get something rolling here for Nith River. Isaiah Whetstone now going to be interested to see if Nith River play a little small ball or they give the green light to the bat of Isaiah Whetstone. Still early in the game, just the third inning, but no score. Everybody loves to get that first run of the game. Meyer with the pitch and release. Full cut on Isaiah Whetstone. No bunt single given there. We talked about before the good quick hands of Isaiah Whetstone. Finally gets the bunt sign. Pitch out of the strike zone, so You don't have to hit that bunt if it's out of that strike zone. Good plate signal there by Whetstone. 1 ball, 1 strike. Squaring again, but didn't offer to the pitch. Sorry, one ball and 2 strike. Little late call there. We're kind of out of position here for the right arm of the home plate umpire. Pitch in the release. Isaiah fighting it off. Fouled it off. 1 ball, 2 strikes now. One out. I would imagine the bunt signal has been taken off now, and the green light given to Whetstone. Whetstone very tight up against that white line in that batter's box. Checked his swing. Gone down for the 3rd strike. The time at bat, 2nd out of the inning. Strikeout number 4 for Amaya. Tyler Paulai now at the plate. Paulai had a single back in the 1st inning. Nick Penner at first base. The leadoff batter for the Nith River Monsters. Paulai would love to catch his 2nd hit of the game. Advance Penner.
Joe, we know there's plenty of pop in the bat of Tyler Paulai.
Amaya trying to throw a little bit of an off-speed pitch there, but way out of that strike zone. One ball, 1 strike to Tyler Paulai. Amaya with a pitch and release here. Inside pitch. Moving Paulai a little bit off that plate. Paulai up in the count now. Got a chance to look for his pitch. Maya taking his time out of that pitcher's mound. Reaching back for that Gorilla Gold in his back pocket. Paulai fighting that pitch off. Worked it down to a 2-2 count.
If they wanted that rise up a little higher, Joe, that started below the belt and it came right up into the letters for Paulai. I think he might have been a little frustrated he didn't do more with it.
Yeah, he's shaking his head. He knows he missed that pitch. All even in the count now, 2-2. Maya missing the outside corner of the plate. Hyde with a good arm down to that plate for the 3rd out of the inning, catching Nick Penner at 2nd base on an attempted steal. So that concludes the bottom of the 3rd inning. No score still as we ride into the top of the 4th inning. We'll be right back.
Toronto Batmen leading things off for the top of the fourth inning. Still scoreless. Toronto and Nith River. It'll be Denny Benson, Derek Hyde, and Austin Brown, your scheduled batters, as Benson chases one up high. And upstairs again from Randerson. 1 ball, 1 strike. Batmen have left 5 aboard, Joe. You don't want to squander the opportunities when they come across. Bases loaded, especially.
Again, you can only get so many chances of scoring in this game against a good Premier team.
Line shot right past the diving Tyler Paulai. That's going to get all the way to the fence. Benson will stride into second, make the turn, but a good strong throw from the outfield, and he'll be content with a leadoff double.
Denny Benson, a lot of power in that upper body, driving that ball past Tyler Paulai and out to that fence. A leadoff double. Again, another runner at second base in scoring position for the Batman. Batman have to start taking advantage of these situations. Derek Hyde, a real tough out at the plate.
Singled his last trip. He sat on the changeup and knocked it out onto the grass the last time. And Randerson comes up and in with the first pitch here. And this one is lifted foul up and out of play.
Got a bat on him, but not quick enough hands to follow through with that.
No, couldn't square it up. The 1 ball, 1 strike to Derek Hyde. We're in the fourth, still scoreless. Nith River, Toronto. Turns, squares to bunt, pulls it back. That one downstairs. So now 2-1. That had Baker charging.
Good strike zone awareness there by Derek Hyde. Pull that bat back. Even though you're in a bunting situation, it still has to be a strike.
This one off the inside of the knee, the inside of the ankle. That took a bite.
Yeah, if a catcher doesn't get any foul tips, that one just adds to the bruises.
Derek Hyde taking a beating, whether it's behind the plate or at it right now. Wow.
He'll be ready for a hot tub after the game.
Did you get a program, Joe?
No, I haven't got one yet.
There's a 1 hopper out to Whetstone at first. Benson will move up to third on the play, so that's as good as a bunt, Joe. You just don't get the sacrifice.
Right. Third unassisted play there at first base by Isaiah Whetstone.
We'll bring up Austin Brown. And now we're going to go have a conversation again. It's a very short distance from home plate to the fence. We've hardly seen any run score, Joe, on pass balls to the fence.
Exactly, and it's a very tight fence too.
Yeah, there's not a lot of room in any of the foul territory, which is great for the fans because you are right up on the diamond.
Big situation here for Batman. Good test for Tyler Anderson on the Nith River side.
Brown fouls this right into the glove of Ben Heinbuch.
Real tight batting stance there by Austin Brown.
Yeah, he is really in tight on the pigeon toe, isn't he?
Yep.
Here's a ground ball in the infield. Pauli's got to range over. Can't make the throw home, as coming in is Denny Benson. So give Austin Brown an RBI and beats out the infield single to boot, as Pauli was kind of caught in between. He had to range over to his right on the backhand, took a look at home, realized he was not going to get Benson, and by the time he turned for the throw to first, Brown had beaten it out.
Exactly. That little hesitation look of over to first base allowed Austin Brown to reach first base. Benson pulling in the first run for the Toronto Batmen here in the top of the fourth inning.
And here's a flare, and that is going to land out in the outfield. So Justin Kurlicki, with an odd-sounding bat, made a ping when he hit it. But he's aboard with a single, and back-to-back singles with a double thrown in there has the Batmen now out in front 1-0, and a couple of runners still aboard.
Great production of that 7, 8, 9 batters for Toronto Batman. That bottom part of the order coming through.
Back to the top of the shop for Travis Gibson. A walk, got as far as third back in the third inning, an inning ago. Toronto had left the bases loaded there. They got 2 aboard here with a run already in. Gibson shows bunt. Must have pulled it back. I didn't see a strikes call anywhere. Batman coach Scott Patterson giving the signs. You may have just seen him come down on the left side of your frame. A lot of movement there in the box right now. Scott Perry, you're right.
Big chance for the Batman to break this game open. Batman left the bases loaded back in the third. Already had a run cross here in the top of the fourth.
Gibson's doing a lot of moving around in the box. He's showing bunt. He's pulling it back like he's going to swing. I'm not a big fan of it. That's just me personally. I've always thought if you are going to bunt, square around and do it. If you're not bunting, stay in there and swing.
Exactly. I like to, again, have a game plan, walking into that batter's box. Follow through with it. You'll feel a lot better at the completion of your bat.
Time at the plate.
And if you're going to lay down a bunt, I can't see a bunt being called here in this situation. Runner's already in scoring position.
That pitch just misses inside. Randerson is going to ask, and is going to do a little bit more than ask, I think, too, if my lip reading was in the neighborhood. Not quite as direct as Andrew Kirkpatrick may have been last night.
He was very blunt.
Chasing upstairs, Gibson. 3 balls, 2 strikes now.
Gibson needs more plate discipline with that pitch. That rise ball is coming in at the letters to lay off that pitch. Randerson probably come back with that rise ball again.
It was a low rise. This one is lifted out to center. Good hard throw by center fielder Nick Lichty. Austin Brown had a bit of a notion of maybe a bluff, but he only took a stride off of second base.
Lichty's got a great arm out in center field, covers a lot of territory.
So Travis Jones to the plate now. Single and a fielder's choice. And a meeting on the mound. Doug Charlton is out talking to this young team. Doug, one of the veterans on the Ontario fastball circuit, coach in the Ontario program. Team Ontario went out to, where did they have those? Winnipeg. They had the Canada Games, and Ontario taking the victory in that one a couple of summers back.
Part of the Softball Ontario, Softball Canada Pitchers Development Program,
Yes.
too. One of the teachers there. Great seeing veterans of the game coming back and giving a little bit back to the game.
Well, Doug Charlton and Jeff Paulai, Tyler's father, the coaching staff for this Nith River squad. And indeed, two veterans of the Ontario fastball circuit. Jeff, a longtime player with the Mitchell Mets club team. Made several World Tournament appearances over the years. Back to the action. Travis Jones at the plate. And here's a hard hit ball up the middle. Cut off by Paulai. The flip to second. They get him. Sliding in. Called out is Justin Krulicki, who runs very well. But that is a great defensive play there by Tyler Paulai to get his Nith River Monsters off the field, up to the plate, trailing 1-0. Tyler Paulai, fresh off that defensive gem, comes back to the plate. He was up when Nick Penner was caught stealing. And swings over the top of that good hard drop from Luis Almeida. The fresh face seems to have done something for the Batmen, Joe, as the Monsters right now, they've had a couple of little looks at it. They've had runners aboard, but haven't really been able to make anything out of it.
Again, just a good array of pitches there by Luis Amaya. And you talked about the talk that Amaya new to the scene. Nith River haven't faced him yet, so Amaya's done a great job containing the Nith River Monsters to only 3 hits so far in the game.
Paulai, Baker, Greg Hamill. That's the meat of the order for Nith River. 3, 4, 5. Tyler Randerson in the 6th spot has got some pop as well. And down in the right field bullpen, Caleb Kishig has now gotten up to warm up. Caleb got roughed up the other night. There's a little flare on the infield right into the glove of Jeff Lyons. And if you can get Jeff Paulai on a little flare like that, you've done well. Or Tyler Paulai, rather.
Paulai just not be able to follow through. Good pitch there by Luis Amaya.
Yeah, totally jammed him. Baker right on that fouls it straight back into the screen.
Nith River need to find a reply to that run put on the board by the Batman. Should do it early, too.
Yeah, you don't want to be chasing the game for 2-3 innings and then get right down to crunch time. 1 ball, 1 strike now to Baker. That pitch just missed high.
Good call there by Derek Hyde. Back with a drop ball, laid off pitch, and then high rise ball into the strike zone.
Swing and a foul off. So Toronto out in front, 1-0. Denny Benson, a double, and brought home on an infield single by Austin Brown. Fouled off, and that got a piece of Derek Hyde, or got a piece of our umpire, Gary Johnson. I see him motioning to his knee. They've got a lot of armor on, too, the umpires. They're just not back there calling balls and strikes. There's a lot of gear that the umpires put on, too.
Shin pads, ankle pads, chest pads.
Jeff Lyons goes up, snares that one hopper off the bat of his counterpart. And Jeff, both of the outs so far this inning, a little pop fly and now a ground ball. That'll bring up Greg Hamill. Greg walked and was erased on a nice 4-6-3 double play back in the second.
Maya really taking his time out, and that pitcher's mound now.
Here's another chopper on the infield. Almaya comes, lets it bounce, turns, underhand toss to first. They get Greg Hamill. And so a 1-2-3 inning for the Batmen. They set down the Monsters, and that is a nice shutdown inning for Luis Almaya. Toronto leading 1-0 and coming to the plate in the top of the 5th. Shea Bryant for Toronto as they are nursing this 1-0 lead. A good shutdown inning there, Joe, by Luis Almaya, doing a job. 7 pitches, you said.
7 pitches, and threw off the timing of each one of those pitches had a different speed.
Greg Hamill is in to pitch for the Nith River Monsters. Tyler Randerson goes 4 complete, allows the 1 run. Had a lot of base runners that he had to deal with, Joe, throughout that 4-inning stint.
Threw a lot of pitches, so good move here by the management staff of the Nith River Monsters to make that pitching change.
Fouled straight back to the screen. Caleb Keeshig continues to throw in the Toronto Batman bullpen.
Toronto Batman would love to add some insurance runs here now, halfway through the game.
Well, this one is lifted out to left. Coming across, can't make the grab. The dive, it goes to the fence. And Bryant aboard with a leadoff double. A valiant effort there by Liam LaForest. Joe, do you pick that up on the run? I think Shea Bryant probably gets a double out of it anyway. But Liam LaForest, a valiant attempt with the dive, but it got by him and got to the fence. Nick Lichty there pretty quick to cover, but boy, I'd like to see him knock that ball down or at least keep it in front of him.
Yes, I think he would have been better off to hold Bryant to that nice single. Now Bryant standing at second base in scoring position.
Yeah, maybe he doubles out of that anyway. We don't know. Bryant runs well. Called strike. Jeff Lyons. Bit of disbelief there from him. A bit of a look back. So we've now got the next 2 games of worth of lineups thanks to Hall of Famer Chris Delarwell. Everything's on time other than the field. We can tell you that coming up next, Irma Tigers and J&B Bombers, Steve Normand and Rob Schreier. And if you're going to hang around and watch, you might as well, because it's going to be Brady Woods and Adam Falkard when Kegel Black Knights and Hill United Chiefs get together. That one probably is going to have about a 7 o'clock start time. I'm going to guess that it'll be about a 5 o'clock start time for the Tigers and the Bombers, as we are pretty much one full cycle behind.
That by way of a great pitching performance.
Hard one hopper by Lyons. It's dribbled and drabbled, but eventually picked up by Isaiah Whetstone. And moving up to third base, doing a good job, hitting behind the runner, is Jeff Lyons.
TP number 33, Cody.
Great time at bat for Lyons to hit that ball to that right side of that infield, advancing Bryant over to third base.
Well, and Derek Hyde did that the last inning, too. We didn't give him enough credit for that. That helped bring Denny Benson around. Cody Skelton now to the plate.
Just the small things in a game can make a big difference.
Cody has pulled the ball twice to Whetstone, a line shot and a ground out. And this one fouled back. Hamill had a very good Canadians pitching with the Elmira Expos, helping them to a bronze medal finish. Last year's senior men Canadians. Dan Martin, of course, the star of the show for the Elmira Expos. Glad to hear that Danny Martin is on the mend. While the Expos were eliminated earlier this morning, if you didn't hear about it, it happened late last night. The Expos were off the field and watching the Shakespeare Falcons game up at the Denmark Diamond, and a hard foul ball, line drive foul ball, actually caught Danny Martin flush in the chin. Ground ball, can't move, and a flip to first. Good play there by the shortstop, Dallas Kipfer. High one hopper, unable to break with Shea Bryant. He'd have been dead on arrival if he'd have tried. And they get Cody Skelton at first base. So some good defense by the Monsters.
Great charge of that ball by Dallas Kipfer. Couldn't sit on his heels on that one.
So now 2 down, and Denny Benson Denny doubled and scored an inning ago. This one upstairs from Greg Hamill. Toronto leading 1-0. They'd love to double that to 2. But, Joe, just to finish the story on Dan Martin, took the foul ball to the right side of the face, I think it was. And this one is well hit out to right field, ranging over into the corner. And onto the warning track is Nick Penner to reel that one in off the bat of Denny Benson. So they strand the leadoff double. Toronto will take that 1-0 lead into the bottom half. Monsters coming to the plate. Tyler Randerson still in the game,
57, Tyler Randerson.
even though he came out as the pitcher. Effectively, he and Greg Hamill just do a position switch. Hamill becomes the pitcher, and Randerson effectively becomes the designated hitter.
Nith River Monsters still in this game, only down 1 run.
Yeah, Joe, you're a closed-eye swing home run
Right.
away from being right back into this one. Tyler Randerson, Liam LaForest, Ben Heinbuch, and then Dallas Kipfer if it gets that far.
Lewis Amaya wants to do some landscaping there.
Well, they're going to dust the board off as well, so Alan Blanchard can make sure he's keeping the foot on it.
Just a little reminder.
So Toronto Batmen with a 1-0 lead. Nith River Monsters looking to chip away at that here if they can. Try and tie it up. You can tie it up with one swing. You can try it up with a couple of singles. Randerson grounded into a double play his last trip. And this just misses downstairs. 1 ball, 1 strike. Elmaya. Looked, Joe, like he almost turned it up a couple of notches there, those last couple of pitches. And comes in with something that was maybe only about 80%, a bit of a, not a full changeup, but that was a little bit slower rise ball.
Yeah, he's got a great speed selection, and he used it all. Last inning, if you were standing on deck, he threw about 4 different speeds.
Well, there's a good drop ball that Randerson goes over the top of.
Came in that one with a little bit of pepper there. Now see what he comes back with from a speed.
Well, all that hard work by Alan Blanchard to dust off the board, Luis Omaya just covered it right back up. And come in with some zip on that one, but it missed downstairs. So 3 balls, 2 strikes to Tyler Randerson leading things off here. Bottom of the 5th inning, Joe Todd, we haven't said this much, but early getting late on the Monsters.
Nith River need that leadoff batter to get on base.
Swing and a miss over the top. Down on strikes goes Tyler Randerson. That'll bring up Liam LaForest. Liam singled back in the second inning in his first at bat.
5th strikeout for Amaya.
Little one hopper right into the glove of Elmaya, who throws a slow pitch arc over to first base. That's why you always run them out.
You wonder why coaches have gray hair.
Yeah.
28, Ben Heinbach.
And down to Ben Heinbach. So 7 pitches with 2 outs. Luis Elmaya, 2/3 of the way to a good shutdown inning, but it's not done yet. Got to get through Ben Heinbach. Foul straight back to the screen. But Heinbach, a line drive out back in the second inning. Bit of a soft liner. That went into the glove of the shortstop, Gibson. And this one is flared over the head. That's going to fall in for a base hit. Going to be trouble as it rolls and rattles down in the corner. Around second, headed into third. Liam LaForest, a stand-up triple. Make that Ben Heinbach a stand-up triple.
Great punch there by Heinbach. Drive that ball down that line. Maybe only a foot off that fair foul line. Snuck down in the corner, kicked around. Heinbach now standing at third base with 2 out.
Well, he got the generous members bounce down there too, Joe, as it got down in the corner and then kicked right away from Travis Jones, and he had to go right up to the fence to go get it. So Dallas Kipfer, the batter. Over the top, good hard drop there from Luis Almeida.
It's important for Kipfer to stay aggressive. Got to get that bat off your shoulders. Got to drive that run in.
Well, that triple has got the crowd down in front of us buzzing a little bit here as some life from the Monsters. Bottom of the 5th inning, they're trailing 1-0 to Toronto Batmen. The tying run out at third base. 2 down here in the inning. A good opportunity here for the youngster Kipfer to make his mark. Called strike, the outside corner. Good pitch there from Almeida.
Maya got Kipfer on a drop ball back in that third inning, so we'll see what he comes back with here.
Came inside this time, but just missed. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner at third base, the tying run. Kipford, a big sigh. Exhalation. Steps into the box. Elmaya looks in. And this one is laced out into the gap. We got ourselves a tie ball game. Kipford around second, slides in. Safe at second, an RBI double. The kid comes through, Joe Todd, with 2 strikes, and we've got ourselves a tie ball game.
A great punch out there by Dallas Kipfer, driving that ball out to that right field line. Bringing in the tying run, Ben Heinbach from third base. Kipfer now sitting at second base with 2 out.
Right out into the gap in center right, all the way to the fence. Elmaya upset with himself. He got way too much of the plate that he wanted with that pitch. Trying to turn over the wrist. Left that drop up in the zone.
He acknowledged that much, too, to catcher Derek Hyde.
So now the go-ahead run in scoring position in the form of Dallas Kipfer. And we're back to the top of the shop. Nick Penner, bobbled by Gibson. Can't come up with it. A slap of the thigh. And now a little bit of trouble here. And, Joe, we talked about for the Toronto Batmen, one of the keys was going to be trying to stay aggressive and get on the defensive side, rather, not to make mistakes. But it's happening here as Almaya hangs a pitch, and then Travis Gibson can't come up with the ground ball to get them out of the inning. And now runners on the corners for Isaiah Whetstone.
Well, the Nith River Monsters stayed in this game because of their defense and their pitching. The inability of the Toronto Batmen to score some extra runs. Toronto Batmen have left 8 runners on base up to this 5th inning so far. They've had chances to pull away from this game and didn't, leaving that door open for the Nith River Monsters.
So Whetstone, the opportunity to put the Nith River Monsters in front at this point. Missing down and in for ball 1. The bullpen is empty, so it is going to be Almaya's game here right now. Here's a little bleeder on the infield. That's going to be, but he falls at the plate. Here's the throw, but Hyde can't handle it. Dallas Kipfer stumbled and fell halfway coming to the plate. That little bleeder was in no man's land because Almaya falls off to his left after he throws the ball. Gibson came and got it, did not have a play at first, but when he threw it home to try and get Kipfer, Hyde couldn't handle the throw, and it's now 2-1 for the Nith River Monsters.
Well, the throw was to the wrong side of the plate. I think if the throw was to the left side of the plate, Derek Hyde might have had a shot at that.
Coming all the way around to third on that play was Nick Penner. And now you've got Tyler Pauli at the plate. And he lifts this one way back, deep center, caught up against the fence. Tyler Pauli hit a ball just about as far as you can hit it in this park without leaving it. But the Nith River Monsters score 2 in the bottom of the 5th inning. They take a 2-1 lead. We'll head to the 6th. Stay with us. Derek Hyde will lead things off for the Toronto Batmen, now trailing in this game 2-1. Hyde singled and then grounded out to first base in the 4th, helping to move the runner along and set up Toronto's only run.
We talked about it last inning. Toronto Batman leaving 8 runners on base so far. 4 of those 8 runners have been in scoring position.
This one is stroked by Hyde, and off the top of the fence, it comes back into play. That's a live ball. Hyde with a triple, a stand-up triple. We said Tyler Pauli couldn't hit a ball any further and have it not leave the yard. Well, he just got topped by Derek Hyde, who literally hit the top of the scoreboard and had it bounce back into play.
Derek Hyde loves those pressure situations. Always comes through in the clutch, that big hit. Batman down a run now. They have to make sure this runner crosses that plate.
Ty Sebastian on to pinch hit for Austin Brown. We wondered about Ty earlier in the game, Joe. We know he's got plenty of pop. 1 for 8 in the tournament with a home run. He'll be asked here to, at the very least, get something deep enough into the outfield so Derek Hyde can score on a sac fly.
Has to be selective on his pitches. Again, have that plan in your mind of what you want to attempt to pull off.
So Gary Johnson and the umpires, Alan Blanchard and Paul Verhey, getting together and pointing at third base. I don't know what could have been asked for other than, wasn't that a home run? I guess if you're the Toronto Batmen, it doesn't hurt to ask. But we were all told at the managers' meeting that the scoreboard is in play, and if it comes off the scoreboard, it's just like coming off the fence. So Sebastian upstairs.
Greg Hamill trying to tie up the hands of Ty Sebastian. Everything's going to be inside, I would think, or attempt to be.
Hard one. Hopper gets over the glove of Whetstone. Tie ball game. Sebastian aboard with a double. Right over the glove of Isaiah Whetstone. No chance for him to flag that down. And a double for Ty Sebastian. And he'll be the happiest guy on the Toronto team right now.
Great performance to come off that bench by Ty Sebastian. Tough situation in the game to be called upon. Ty Sebastian coming through.
Both the RBIs in the 8 spot. 1 to Austin Brown and 1 now to Ty Sebastian. And we're down to the 9 spot for Justin Kralicki. He turns to try to put down a bunt, but that is going to squib foul.
Greg Hamill and then the Nith River Monsters have to shut the door here. Put some closure on this rally by the Batman.
Yeah, you don't want to give up a run in the 6th and not leave yourself time to come back and recover. Tie game, you can take that, have a couple of swings at it, but now when you're trailing, just that added pressure. There's a called strike on the outside corner. Sebastian had a healthy jump off the bag, and he and Tyler Pauli will exchange pleasantries over the second base bag.
They only live about 20 minutes apart.
Here's a little bleeder on the infield. They got to get that before it spins back into fair territory, and Ben Heinbuch pounces on it. The last thing you need is some fluke play like that, Joe.
Little spinner.
Spinner, and it rolls back into fair territory.
Kralicki has to be good and aggressive here.
Here's a ground ball. Takes a funny hop. Baker corrals it. Good strong throw. Sebastian slides in. The ball gets away from Kipfer covering at third, and he comes in and scores. So, boy, some questionable defense there. I thought if it was going to be a good throw, they had him, but Kipfer unable to corral the ball at third. And Ty Sebastian, some aggressive base running, and he forces a mistake by the Monsters.
Monsters have to regroup here now. They're down a run. Got some work to do with the bats later later on this inning.
Joe, you talked about right at the top, stay aggressive for the Toronto Batmen, score in bunches. Very aggressive base running there by Ty Sebastian. Forces a mistake and able to score. They put a crooked number up here in the top of the 6th inning and have retaken the lead. Ground ball. Toss to first. Kipfer recovers and makes that play, but some kind of body language issues there, I think, for Dallas Kipfer. He's really down on himself right now. He made that play, but he's got it in his head right now.
Yeah, he's got to refocus and realize what task is at hand right now. Playing some defense. He'll get us another crack at his bat later.
Travis Jones, another tough play on the infield. That skips off the glove of Tyler Pauli, as that had some significant English on it. And Travis Jones aboard for the 3rd time today. 2 for 4 with a couple of fielders' choices thrown in for good measure. So Shea Bryant, who doubled in the 5th.
Shea Bryant.
He was the first batter that Greg Hamill faced. Swing and a miss there. Good rise ball from Greg Hamill. Caleb Keeshig back up and stretching at least down in the Toronto bullpen. Now about to throw.
4 hits by the Toronto Batmen off of Greg Hamill since he came back in the game at the top of the 5th inning. 3 extra base hits.
Here's a high hopper on the infield again. Pauli reaches for it, and a flip to Kipfer as they erase Travis Jones at second. But the Toronto Batmen push across 2 runs and retake the lead, 3-2, heading to the home half of the 6th. Four, five, six for the Nith River Monsters here in the bottom of the 6th inning. They scored 2 last inning, took the lead, but gave it right back in the top of the 6th inning. It's now 3-2 for the Toronto Batmen. John Baker will lead off for the Monsters. This guy can tie it with one swing of the bat, but a good off-speed pitch, good opener from Luis Almaya to keep Baker off balance.
Amaya's done a great job all game. Just throwing off the timing of this Nith River Monster team.
And some zip on that, but misses the zone.
Amaya got touched up for 3 hits last inning.
And this was laced by Baker. It ricochets off Shea Bryant out and left. Baker up to second base, so an extra 60 feet as it took a funny hop and ricocheted off Shea Bryant. So John Baker, I'm going single and E on letting him advance. It's a bit of a tough hop for Shea out there. We've seen that multiple times out in left field, but you got to make sure you get in front of that.
Yeah,
and,
you got to put
that ball.
You got to put your body in front of it.
So Joe, we just talked off air. 3 hits through the first 4 innings, but then 3 hits last time around. Everybody now getting their third look at Luis Almaya. Do you make the move to Caleb Kishig? Right now, it is Almaya's game to lose. We got a stray ball from the bullpen crept out onto the field, so we got a bit of time for that. But
personally, I would make a change if I was coaching right now. They've seen Amaya 3 times now. He's done his job.
Greg Hamill looks to bunt. Can't get it down. Ty Sebastian stayed in the game defensively for Toronto. He remains out at second base, so just staying right in for Austin Brown. And he'll get tested right here. Good job by Greg Hamill to hit the ball behind the runner. Sebastian throws out Hamill, but he moves the runner up to third base.
Good play by Hamill to sacrifice his turn at bat. Didn't get credit for the sacrifice, but did advance that runner.
Tyler Randerson will come up to the plate.
Tyler Randerson.
Sac fly ties this game once again. Downstairs from Almaya. And over the top again. Almaya working downstairs. First 2 pitches to Randerson, not wanting to give him anything that he can get under.
Nice pitch sequence there by Amaya.
And same spot, same result. Goes right over the top.
Great call by young catcher Derek Hyde behind the plate.
Well, we'll see if they go back to it one more time or if they change the sequence. I'd go right back. And they do. Just misses inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. John Baker over at third base. 1 down here in bottom of the 6th inning. Toronto out in front of Nith River, 3-2. And called strike 3. Got to get the bat off the shoulder. You cannot look at that pitch, Joe. Far too good to look at.
Far too good to look at, especially with that tying run sitting at third base. Have to be aggressive. Maybe it's a little bit off that plate, but you got to get a bat on that ball.
Too close to take. Have to be thinking swing in that situation. Maybe not what Randerson was looking for. It caught him by surprise, but got to be thinking swing in that spot. And that gets a big piece of our home plate umpire. He's immediately going to go look for some help here. Gary Johnson. It's a tough spot. So similar to Derek Hyde earlier, Gary Johnson gets some applause here from the crowd. Appreciative of his effort and wanting to stay in the game.
They take a beating back there.
Yeah, you are right behind the catcher, and if it gets by him, you're going to wear it. So, and on a foul tip, there's not much you can do about it. Liam LaForest singled in the 2nd, ground out in the 5th. And check swing foul. Almost tried to duck out of the way of that, but it hit the bat. 0-2 on Liam LaForest.
Liam LaForest squares up that ball almost perfectly. 90% of the time, he'll drive that ball right up the middle.
Called strike 3. Whatever he was looking for, that wasn't it. Almaya gets 2 backwards Ks to end the inning, and the Monsters strand the tying run at third through 6. It's Toronto 3, Nith River 2. Jeff Lyons, the cleanup batter for the Toronto Batmen. They'll look to add to this precarious 3-2 lead that they are nursing here now into the top of the 7th inning. We were scoreless through 3. Toronto pushed 1 across in the top of the 4th. Nith River answered with 2 in the bottom of the 5th. Toronto got 2, the top of the 6th. And here we are at top of the 7th. This one is laced, a diving catch and a beauty out there by Nick Lichtke, who has done a tremendous job out in center field today for the Nith River Monsters. I thought, Joe, that was destined for the gap. Lichtke, out of nowhere, dives across and makes the catch. Great play, Nick Lichtke.
Nick Lichtke got great range out there, great wheels. He's not batting, but his defense is showing on that scorebook.
Cody Skelton will come to the plate. And this one called a strike. And just missing inside. 1 ball, 1 strike to Cody Skelton. Crowd still buzzing about that great diving play by Nick Lichtke.
Batman with 9 hits so far in the game. Monsters with 7.
We've had it all this game, Joe. Some hard hit balls.
Great defense.
Some ricochets off of objects out in the outfield. Some late runs. Some drama.
And we're only on Wednesday.
And this game's not even over. Off the glove of Tyler Pauli, who looked a little casual on that. He was down, Joe. He was in good position, but didn't adjust as the ball got to him. And it clanked off the glove and aboard on the error, a rare error by Tyler Pauli.
A little bit of a slow roller. Do you think he should have charged it?
Maybe,
potentially.
Maybe. Like, he was down on one knee in good position, but
he seemed to wait for it.
Exactly. He was waiting for it. You're exactly right. So we're going to get a pinch runner for Cody Skelton.
Number 18,
18, Adam Long will go in to run for Skelton. And boy, if you're the Batmen, you want to push across this run. If you're the Monsters, you've got to keep this guy from scoring. This one is lifted out to left. Caught. LaForest gets the ball back in a hurry. No opportunity for Long to advance. And Derek Hyde. And just missed outside. Hyde tripled and scored an inning ago.
Really important that Monsters shut the door here now. Get that third out, get in there and swing the bats.
On the infield, Paulai will gather it up and go step on the bag himself.
Okay, so we got
So
the Circle Tap patent beer cooler.
it comes down to this, Joe Todd.
Right
Nith
here.
River Monsters need 1 to tie, 2 to win. We'll head to the bottom of the 7th. Stay with us to see how it all turns out. (9-1-2) for Nith River Monsters to try and tie this game. Ben Heinbuck, Dallas Kipfer, and Nick Penner. They, along with Isaiah Whetstone, have been responsible for the 2 runs that Nith Rivers got on the board. Heinbuck tripled back in the 5th. Kipfer with an RBI double and came around on a fielder's choice by Whetstone. Luis Almaya has scattered 7 hits, just giving up the 2 runs. His defense has helped him out at times. And he has featured Joe some really good hard drop balls, but also some good off-speed stuff that's kind of kept the Monsters at bay when he needed to.
His pitch sequence today has been fantastic. Good pitch locations.
Called strike. So 2 balls, 1 strike on Liam LaForest. Sorry, Ben Heinbuck. LaForest was the last out of the last inning. Heinbuck here at the plate.
Heinbuck started that rally with 2 out.
Little slow roller. Gibson comes in, makes the throw, and they get Ben Heinbuck by half a step. That's some good defense there from Travis Gibson to come get that ball.
Again, Gibson charging that ball, knowing he couldn't sit on his heels, firing a bullet over to first base to Cody Skelton for the leadoff out.
Dallas Kipfer at the plate. And a little excuse me swing. Denny Benson will gather that up and make the out himself. So down to their final look at it here. Nith River Monsters finished tied for 7th. They were playing Friday afternoon last year at the ISC World Tournament, looking at a potentially early exit this year. Nick Penner, single, reached on an error. And now Maya reaching back for something extra there.
Good plate appearance here required by Nick Penner. Got to see a few pitches by Amaya.
Well, 1 ball, 1 strike to Penner. Whetstone and the guy you want to get to the plate if you are the Monsters is Tyler Pauli, but some work to do. There's a strike. So 2 balls and 1. They had changed the count. They had 1 and 1 on the board, but now 2 and 1. And 2 and 2.
Nice pitch tying up the hands of Nick Penner.
So the Monsters down to their final strike. Almaya looks in. Big deep breath. And this one fouled into the screen on the left side. Will reset. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Toronto Batmen leading 3-2 over the Nith River Monsters. Winner stays alive and moves on. Loser, their world tournament will be finished. Outside, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Good eye there by Nick Penner. That pitch down low and off the outside corner, but it's easy to chase that pitch in a situation.
Penner has to be good and aggressive here. Anything close to that plate.
Full count. There's a chopper on the infield coming across. Sebastian with the easy flip, and the Batman will advance with a 3-2 come from behind win. A real good tussle here between the Nith River Monsters and the Toronto Batmen, but it's the Batmen who prevail. Joe Todd, final thoughts.
Great hitting there by that Toronto Batman to come back and score the winning runs there in that late in that game in that 6th inning to pull out the victory over the Nith River Monsters. Nith River put a couple runs on the board halfway through the game, but Toronto Batman coming through in the clutch.
So a jubilant Batman team exchanging high fives. We're going to sign off and reset. Stay with us as the action continues here at the ISC World Tournament. For Joe Todd, Blair Setford, thanks for joining us, and come back and see us soon.